Okay, I'd like to call the Wednesday, August 14th, 2024 Board of Trustees, Yosemite Community College Board of Trustees meeting to order. Please take the roll.
Student trustee is absent at this time. Trustee Beggs?
Here.
Trustee Davis? If you wouldn't mind turning on your microphone just for the public's.
Here.
Thank you. Trustee Garrett?
Present.
Trustee Hinton? Trustee Nicolau?
Here.
Vice President Aguilar?
Here.
And Board President Richards?
Here.
Quorum is established.
Thank you. Moving on, do we have any statements of conflict of interest?
I will be stepping out for 7.4 today.
Very good. Okay, at this time, I'd like to invite any members of the public to express some public comment. I do have one card. Ben, you're up.
I'd just like to say before I start that I'm in wastewater and nothing makes me want to throw up more than public speaking. So this is going to be fun. Good evening, trustees, or excuse me, afternoon. My name is Ben Kikugawa, a recent graduate at the Columbia College Forestry and Natural Resources program. I know there's been a lot of talk behind closed doors regarding the conduct of Dr. Hofstra, as well as any letters written in, particularly to our representative, Dr. Davis, and public comments made. I want to make clear that I'm not here today to defend any accusations nor criticize the administrative process. I think we'd all agree that there's been enough of that. So instead, I'd like to highlight and emphasize some important considerations that I would hope are not overlooked when it comes to time to deciding the fate of Dr. Hofstra and the future of the Forestry and Natural Resources program. This month marks 20 years Dr. Hofstra has been employed with the district. In that time, he has added over 20 courses to the program. Many of those classroom settings are at elevations higher than the Yosemite peaks depicted in the mural behind you. In the wilderness, much can go wrong, and I point this out because during his 20 years there, he has held a 100% track record regarding safety. I have personally witnessed his stern lectures on fire safety, chainsaw safety, tree climbing safety, mountaineering safety, and much more in every class I have attended of his. I cannot emphasize enough the amount of time that is invested into the well-being of his students. I wish I could tell you all in more detail, specific events which he had to cancel due to safety precautions, but I cannot in the 4 minutes alone. Oh, excuse me. Last year, Hofstra received the Tuolumne County Excellence in Teaching Award. I believe one of the attributes to that is how well he connects with students. I have witnessed students from political backgrounds that we're all familiar with in the politically divided environment we all live in today. These students come in to the college setting with this pre-existing belief of this liberal environment. And Dr. Hofstra changes the thinking of all these students effortlessly. It's almost like a natural gift of his. He encourages and touches the lives of countless students and can continue to do so with all of your help. For those of you who are familiar, the Tuolumne Township just had a recent scare with the canyon fire last week. Now is the time where instructors like Hofstra are needed. He is the heart and soul of the FNR program. The students need him and the community needs him. Before I relinquish my time, I'd like to ask your board 2 questions. 1, do you believe Dr. Hofstra's conduct qualifies as moral turpitude? And 2, can and should progressive discipline be implemented here? Meaning, is there a pathway where students can get the teacher they deserve and the district gets the behavior, the staff behavior that they expect? Because if both of those could be achieved, everybody wins. Please consider this before taking away this man's life's work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And unfortunately, the rules of this body do not allow us to answer your question at this time. But thank you so much for your comments. Thank you. Okay, anybody else? Any other public comment? Seeing none, I'll close public comment. We do have a closed session. Madam Stenographer, if you could report on what we're going to be discussing.
Items 2.1, discipline, dismissal, release, complaint. Item 2.2, conference with labor negotiators, CSEA. 2.3, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Title 9 complaint, complainant 1. 2.4, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Title 9 complaint, complainant 2. 2.5, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. Item 2.6, public employee performance, Title General Counsel. And item 2.7, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation.
Thank you. With that, we'll adjourn at 3:10 to close session. We will return with a report and for the other meeting at 5:30. Okay, I'd like to call to order the Wednesday, August 14th, 2024 Yosemite Community College District Board of Trustees regular meeting to order. Could we please have call to order? Could we have the roll, please?
Would you like to do the pledge?
Yeah, that would be a good idea. I swore I wasn't going to screw up tonight. I'm already done. Antonio? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Now we'll have roll call.
Student trustee Gustavo Castrejon.
Present.
Trustee Beggs. Trustee Davis.
Present.
Trustee Garrett.
Here.
Trustee Hinton. Trustee Nicolau. Vice President Aguilar. And Board President Richards.
Here. Okay, moving along, we do not have a report out of closed session. A statement of conflicts, I believe, Trustee Nicolau, you have one?
Yeah, I mentioned earlier I'm going to step out for 7.4.
Okay, do we have any 3.6, do we have any change in order of business? Seeing none, none. At this time, I'd like to invite public comment. Do we have any public comment? Going once, going twice. I will close public comment, but do feel free to comment on other issues as they come up. Let's go to board committee reports. Finance Committee.
Nothing to report.
Board Policy Committee.
Nothing to report this month. We'll be back in October.
Very good. Modesto Junior College Foundation, Trustee Begg, anything?
I think President Sanders is going to cover what I was going to cover, so I'm not going to repeat it ahead of time.
Okay. Trustee Davis, anything on the Columbia College Foundation?
Yes, thank you. Recall that we accepted the retirement of the Foundation Executive Director, Amy Nilsson. Since that time, the Columbia College Foundation has determined to establish the Amy Nelson College Completion Scholarship and set a fundraising goal of $300,000 to fund this for Columbia College students that are completing and moving on to their next stage of education. I just wanted to inform the board of this, and you can go on, and anyone here in the audience can go on to the Columbia Foundation website and contribute and donate towards that worthy scholarship. Thank you.
Very good. Do you have anything on the Stanislaus County School Board?
No, nothing this month.
Anything on the insurance, Trustee?
No, I don't. No.
Okay, moving on. We'll now move on to item 5, presentation, Modesto Junior College and Columbia College enrollment reports. I want to thank you for all the phone calls and information you gave me.
Hey, I've met some of you, but some of you I have not met yet. I'm Samantha. I'm the Senior Director of Institutional Research Planning and Accreditation at Central Services. I'm going to report on Columbia College's data.
And then I don't think I've officially met any of you, but I'm Katerina Grassi. I'm the Director of College Research and Planning at Modesto Junior College, and I will be reporting on
Thank you. I'm going to let you be in control. If it works. Okay, so we're going to start with the dual enrollment agreements for Columbia College of these 12 high schools across these 4 counties. I want to point out that Sonora High School has consistently given us the highest number of dual enrolled students. And over the last 4 years we've been looking at, with the exception of one high school, all of these have increased their number of dual enrolled students. And over half of those that have increased, and again, all of them except for one, have nearly doubled the number of dual enrolled students.
Dual enrollment has grown in popularity in recent years at MJC as well. As of June 27th, 2024, MJC has dual enrollment agreements with 20 high schools in Stanislaus County and the surrounding areas. Fire High School currently has the largest number of dual enrolled students at 263 students this past year, as well as the largest number of CCAP courses offered with 14 offerings this past year.
So the graph on the left is just visualizing basically what I had just said. So nearly doubled the number of dual enrolled students, and with that, nearly doubled the course enrollment for dual enrollment.
MJC's data is along the same theme of increase. The data provided in the graph on the right is based on students who were identified as special admin students with an active dual enrollment program at MJC, and they are current students at a high school on the previous slide. Student enrollment in MJC's dual enrollment program has nearly doubled over the past 4 academic years. The graph shows an upward trend in both the number of students participating in dual enrollment, or head count, which is the blue line, and the number of courses taken by dual enrolled students, which is the orange line.
The first thing to point out with CCAP data is the zeros. 2020 to 2021, there were no CCAP sections offered because of COVID. For people who like graphs and data, COVID was fun to give us like a lot of weird looking graphs. This one's not too weird, but we do see a little bit of a dip, kind of a shallow horseshoe. But if we look at the 1920 versus the 23-24, overall we do see an increase in the enrollment and the number of CCAP sections offered.
MJC CCAP enrollment has seen a similar increase in popularity compared to our dual enrollment program. Due to this increase in popularity, MJC implemented a new course code to begin tracking the number of CCAP courses offered and the number of students enrolled in those CCAP courses. This new course code was implemented for academic year 23-24. During this past academic year, 23-24, MJC offered 61 CCAP courses, which had 1,563 enrollments.
Okay, these graphs are not as simple and straightforward as the other ones, so I'll take a little bit longer with these ones on the top. I want to point out the differences in how the top left, how enrollment's counted here. So fire science, this means those students are declared as a fire science major and are taking at least one fire course, any fire course. With fire technology, both the AS and the CERT, that means that they're a fire technology major but have at least one fire academy enrollment. We left fire academy enrollment up there as its own kind of subcategory to show every academic year there's a cap of 80. So every academic year we're right up to that cap. But these students here that are counting this number do not have to be a fire tech or fire science major. So anyone who's in that fire academy enrollment numbers, that is anyone who's undeclared or any non-fire declared major. But because we're right up to that cap, really wanted to leave it there. We also want to point out 2 outliers when I was trying to understand this data, because this is Columbia College's data. You see in 22-23 on both graphs on the top a big spike. On the left, it's that gray one that goes from 36 to 71, nearly doubling. And on the right, that's completion and graduation. That almost triples. And when I was trying to understand how this giant spike happened, I learned that the research office worked with admissions and record office to identify students who might have already met the requirement for that certification, but might not have been aware of it, or maybe were undeclared major or a major somewhere else, but had a lot of fire technology or fire academy courses. So they worked together to get those students to either get their award or to declare fire tech as their major. Then you see that there's this massive drop-off. I don't know how that process started. I don't know how it changed. I don't know the decisions that were made behind it. But you can see that 23-24, in the top right, there's 0. So when this data was pulled, there was 0 awards for the 23-24 in fire tech. Earlier this week, it was at 2. So that's something to definitely investigate further, because that's when you see giant spikes like that in data, that really points you to knowing where to go next. Thanks.
So the Fire Science Department at MJC currently offers 3 programs. The Associate's Degree in Fire Science, which is on the left of the MJC graphs, the Fire Science Certificate, which is in the middle, and the Fire Academy Certificate, which is on the right. The graph on the bottom left shows the number of program majors for each of the 3 programs offered, spanning from academic year 2020-2021, which is that dark blue bar, to academic year 23-24, which is the light blue bar. It is important to note that students accepted into the Fire Academy Certificate Program are accepted on a cohort-based model. Because of this, a maximum of 30 students are accepted each term. Also important, students in the Fire Science Associate Program must complete the fire academy before they are able to graduate. The graph on the bottom right shows the number of graduates for each of the 3 programs offered, spanning from 2020-2021 through 23-24. As you can see, the number of fire academy graduates has more than doubled in 23-24 compared to previous years, which is that light blue bar way on the very end. And then last but not least is the nursing program at MJC. The nursing department currently offers an associate degree in nursing program, which is intended to prepare students for licensure as a registered nurse. This program currently requires students to apply to the program and admits student cohorts based on an 80% merit, 20% lottery system. The graph on the left shows the number of associate degree nursing program majors spanning from academic year 2020-2021, which is the dark blue, through 23-24, which is the light blue. Please note that the number of students accepted into the program has increased steadily across academic years. In 2020-2021, a maximum of 40 students were accepted into the program each term. In spring 23, the number increased to a maximum of 50 students each term. Starting in fall 2024, this threshold will be increased to a maximum of 60 students per term. The figure on the right shows the number of nursing program graduates from 2020-2021 through 23-24. And that is all the data we have for you.
Okay, so I just have a question about this last slide. What is the normal, would you say, or are you able to determine, how many semesters it takes? Is there, you're intended to complete the major in 4, but it takes other 6 or 5? Do we have any sense of, you're declared major and then you're a program graduate? What does that take?
On a couple factors.
Mhm.
The first factor being that being declared as a nursing major does not necessarily mean you are in the nursing program. You still have to be accepted and admitted into the program.
Okay.
I am not familiar with how often it takes, however, how long it takes once you're in the program to complete, how often students are doing that. However, that is a data point that I am able to get and more than happy to get for you.
Well, thank you for that, because I think if you're declared and you're accepted, and you're taking courses, so there's a sort of like a seat assigned for you, but then that seat can't be there for someone else because there's a cap. And how long? I mean, can we be moving people through at the optimal speed? And I know life happens to folks and all, but I'm just curious if you're in and you start and you should finish in, X number of semesters or months, and how successful are we with that? I see you have your hand up.
I can interrupt to answer the question. We have a 4-semester program.
Mhm.
Students are admitted and they are done in 4 semesters. And we have very, very high success rates of the students who begin in the first semester. I don't know the exact number, but we're talking almost all of those students are successful. And we have about a 98% to 100% success rate of students who complete the program who are then passing the NCLEX exam to become nurses. It's not a typical program like others, like I was a math teacher and we have people majoring in math or in science, and large numbers of students take a long time to get through and drop out along the way. Once they go into the nursing program, they're almost thoroughly successful, almost all of them, unless they just find that the rigors of the program itself are too much to bear.
Other questions, anybody from the public have questions? Seeing none, trustees? Trustee Beggs?
So we only accept a cohort in the fall? Or do we have fall and spring?
Each semester we have an incoming group, and each semester we have a graduating group.
Okay, great.
Can you please restate the 60 number year? Was that 20, is that 25, spring of 25?
24. So this next semester, it'll be 60.
And do you have a higher number for me after that semester?
I can ask the nursing program, but other than that,
Okay.
Yes, we do.
Can you please tell me that?
Following this one important because it's an important area of growth for us. We have 60 students in the fall cohort, and in the spring, so the students who start in fall continue into the spring, up to 10 more students can come into the cohort who have been licensed vocational nurses in our region already.
Mm.
They've been through a training program that's more or less equivalent to the first semester of the program. So we added up, and then we're going to have 70 students in the program for second, third, and fourth. And as I mentioned a minute ago, almost all of those 70 students will graduate 3 semesters thereafter. The following semester, in spring of 2025, when we start, we're going to have the 60 students that was just mentioned, plus 10 more that are coming in from Memorial Hospital in a cohort. Those will be 70 in the first semester in spring. In fall, then potentially 10 more LVNs come in and take us up to 80. And then
Awesome.
the 80 go through 3 semesters in a row. And that's our full cohort. That's what we're currently approved for by the Board of Registered Nurses.
And my understanding is,
Expansion, then just to add to that, we are part of the ADN expansion program with the State Chancellor's Office, which is saying, well, 80 might not be enough for your community. Could we find ways to grow that program beyond? And our nursing faculty, director, and associate dean, our dean, everyone's on board with making that number grow.
Dr. Sanders, I'm pretty surprised for this not being my world, and I really appreciate this presentation. How many people say, I want to go to MJC for nursing, but I don't know if I could get in, so I might go here or here. Can I safely say we are growing the program in the next 2 years?
You can.
Okay.
10 more slots. But there's a moral problem with that. If I can preach for just a second, we have to do a better job of providing the full spectrum of healthcare options for our students, because as she shows on that screen, there's 418 students who say that they're nursing majors. And if we put in the pre-nursing, we'd have another 1,000 with potentially 10 more slots. We have to show that there's other opportunities in the world of healthcare for our students to get into. They can be CNAs. We're doing an LVN program, pharmacy tech. We've got phlebotomy technicians. We've got a registered dietitian program that we're going to start with, a nutrition and dietetics program, public health. These are all programs that require anatomy, physiology, chemistry, and statistics, right?
Yeah, what about
care,
respiratory
why did I
therapy?
not say that? Medical assisting, right? So the full spectrum.
Is there a cohort for respiratory therapy too that works the same way as nursing, or is it different?
I don't believe it's as.
Because we have an AS and a BS. Yeah.
And the bachelor's program is cohort-based. The other program, I'm not sure. I can't answer that.
President Sanders, hold on one second. President Sanders, there was an article in the Bee that we were one of 13 schools, something with the nursing program. I read it 6 times and couldn't figure it out. Could you explain what it means?
It means that there's a high regard for the MJC nursing program. We were invited to be part of the group to grow nursing in the community college system. Okay. So we're on board with that. Our team is on board, and we're going to be getting more than 80, but it's still not going to be enough. We still have to continue to grow those other fields.
Just the asterisk I wanted to make, those 418 students are currently actively in the nursing program. Those aren't wannabes. Those are ones that are actually actively there. We have about 3,000 each year that want to be in the nursing program.
What's your data number?
And my understanding is that you, President Tran, and the Chancellor are reaching out to the local hospitals to even try to expand the nursing program with assistance from them.
Yep. The only way it's going to work.
If I could add, also with Columbia College, we are looking at MJC as always for the partnership and curriculum for nursing, and we're expanding that in Sonora with our partner Adventist Healthcare. So the number MJC, so I believe district-wide, we could possibly, if the room is outgrown here, if we're one district, it could move into Columbia, and with the grant, it could be a possibility that we shared before with the transportation through Oakdale and Night Fair and all the way up. So I think healthcare is going to really expand tremendously for Columbia as well already. I was going to give updates, so sorry, Brian, a little bit. Now we're serving over more than 100 students within our program. As Brian shared, we're building pathway because a lot of students truly just think of nursing, but there's other programs that they can build in order to get to nursing. So that's what we're looking at.
Is there any new news on the bachelor's?
The legislation hasn't passed at the Assembly and Senate, State Senate yet, so we have no report.
But isn't it probably true that even if we did, with CSU Stanislaus having a 4-year nursing program, it'd probably be very difficult for us to get it Or,
The CSU system offers the Bachelor's of Science in Nursing program and somehow would have to be on board with changing the fact that they're exclusively doing that. And honestly, my crystal ball says that the CSU is not ready to make that decision. So that legislation is unlikely to pass right now, but we'll have to see, because the only way these major changes happen is when the legislature says, you know, forget the turf. We need more slots for our students, so you folks need to go do it anyway.
any other questions? Thank you. So we'll move on to 5.2, presentation on district-wide enrollment overview.
You get me for another 5 minutes, but I'm going to grab my water bottle.
You can have more than 5 minutes. Okay.
So why she's pulling this up? While it does say in overview of enrollment, it's really going to be an overview of the tool that has the enrollment data on it. So there's a lot in it. So I want to show you what it looks like, how you can use it, what's in there, and less about the actual figures that are in the tool.
Okay. Is it a custom tool that's built just for our needs, or what is the name of the dashboard we use?
So I didn't really name it, I guess. I think I put a title on it, and I now don't, I might say enrollment overview at the top of it, but it's built off of our SQL database, redistricting partners who, what's that? It's me at the model. Let's call it that. Yeah,
Okay.
that's a good name. It's a perfect name. I have the clicker. Okay, so you guys have like a screenshot, but it's going to be better if you can watch the screen because it's video. So the screenshot that you have is just a screenshot of the home page. And if you could press play whenever. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to bring your attention to is the top right corner, that card there that says 30,000. That's a number of total students. So right now this is looking at fall 23, spring 24, and summer 24. But as we kind of play with the filters and change the populations, that number at the top right will change to show, you know, if we're looking at a specific population. Every page has a college filter on it, and every page has a trustee filter on it. If we do the drop down for college, obviously you see Columbia and MJC, but you also see other. You'll see other if there's something that has incomplete data, a missing value. The academic program is what distinguishes what institution it is. So if that does not have MJC or CC on it, it will fall under other. Oh, I just need to slow down because this is a video. The trustee area, if you go to the filter down there, you see outside districts. That's anyone who resides outside the district, obviously. We have our 7 different trustee areas, and then we have this blank. We can rename it something prettier, but that is also if there's an incomplete value, a missing value, or in some cases, if there's a PO box rather than a physical address, that won't work for the density map. Oh, you'll see. We'll do it. And as the homepage, this is more of a macro overview, things of number of feeder high schools, the special programs, average of cumulative GPA, educational goals and programs, count of students by program, count of students by educational goals. And then on the left here, these buttons will let us go into a navigational page that has more details about those things. So if you go into a trustee area, which I think is what you're looking at, you see the density map on the top right change. So it just shows this is the trustee area we're looking at. Our visuals change, our number of students will change, but we can also use the visuals to further narrow the population we're looking at. So if you, okay, we will. If you click onto the visuals themselves, so this educational goal, if we just want to see students, what that population looks like with this particular educational goal, you can see how the counts for program changes, the counts of feeder high schools, etc. The high school information page is the first like detailed page we have. This card on the top left is the exact same as the home page. Again, it's just kind of an overview macro look of feeder high schools. But this lets us say, okay, these are the high schools in that area. These are the counts of students from those high schools and a little bit about those students, like their graduation status. I'm going too fast again because it's a video, sorry. But another nice thing about this is we can click on to one of these high schools. I chose Bret Harte High School because that's the high school that I went to. And then we can, yay, Bret Harte. And then we can see high school graduation status by that high school, which might give us insight into things like dual enrollment counts or percentage of the whole for that specific area or that school. The other detail pages we have are demographic information. And I'm going to try to slow down a little bit. And this has things like counts by ethnicity and race, counts by immigration status, gender identity, and then count of students by age grouping. And again, we can narrow the population and kind of divide it up any way we want to see a specific population. So here we have trustee area 3. If we want to say, okay, let's just see what these numbers and figures look like for students who identify as female, for example, we can click into any one of these visualizations to narrow that population. So if we click female, okay, this is the number of students we have. This is the number of students who identify as female in this specific ethnicity and race, in this immigration status, or in this age grouping. And we can do this for multiple visualizations at a time. So if we want to say, okay, students who identify as female and this specific ethnicity and race, now that population is narrowed even further just to students who identify as female or Mexican and Mexican American. Yes. Yeah. And our last detailed page is the special programs page. And again, on the top left, right here, is the same card on that homepage that has kind of that overview of count of students enrolled in at least one special program. So the special programs included here, and again, we can like change these to add more special programs if there's any that aren't here that you're interested in. EOPS, CalWORKS, TRIO, DSPS is here. So again, we see the count of students change. We see our density map is focused on the trustee area that we just picked. Now, if we click on EOPS, we can also say, okay, how many of our students are in EOPS and CalWORKS, or EOPS and DSPS, to really kind of, again, narrow that population into whatever project we need to learn more about. I think that's all. And then we're back to the homepage, and all of them are selected in our density map. Now, with all of them selected, kind of shows how the population is split between the district. I went through that really fast, but those are the pages.
That was really good. Is this on our webpage?
No, it's not on the web page. It is just built in, it's published onto the web space, but not the Yosemite's web space. It's in the Power BI web space still. So how do we go and look at it? Well, we could speak with I don't know who our web developer is, but these Power BIs and Tableau, which is what MJC uses, and as you guys have probably seen their dashboards on their site, we can embed them into our websites.
Wouldn't this be a good thing to have on our webpage? And I know you've just redone it and work on stuff, but I mean, we've been asking for this for several years. I think this would be really good to be in. Well done.
Good job.
I do have to put like the Samantha title on the top still.
Exactly.
Other than that, we're good to go.
You did a great job. Really good job.
Trustee?
I'm just thinking, wow. Okay, there's a little wow factor going on right now. So fabulous work. I'm thinking how useful this will be as you're developing our equity plans, and we're looking at, the disproportionately impacted students, and where's our target population, and looking at trustee areas. And there's ways that we as trustees can, as we're out in our areas and discussing, saying, hey, there's opportunity here. We have some real data that's kind of at our fingertips. So hopefully it will be, but I'm really appreciative of the work that went into this. And thank you to our presidents and everyone who's there. We'll just see what the data can tell us. And we identify populations that, hey, there's opportunity here to provide greater service. Well, thank you.
Very good.
One thing before I sit down is I have to say thank you to the research office at Columbia for helping me with the reverse geocoding script.
Well done.
That's awesome.
Okay, moving on. 5.3, we're going to have a presentation and accreditation update on Columbia and Modesto Junior College.
Good evening, President Richards, Chancellor Yong, and trustees. We're here to give you an update this evening about accreditation progress at both colleges. Mike Smedshammer and I will present about Modesto, and Melissa Raby will talk to you about Columbia College. And we decided that Modesto will go first because Modesto is being visited first by the accreditation peer review team. So as you're aware, ACCJC, our accrediting agency, received our institutional self-evaluation report, also known as an ICER, last December. Their overall reaction has been positive, but they've asked us to follow up on 2 specific questions, which they call core inquiries. The first core inquiry concerns online courses and what is called regular substantive interaction between students and faculty. Accreditors have asked us the following, and this is a quotation from their report. The team would like to further understand how the college ensures regular and substantive interaction between students and instructors in distance education courses. They want additional information than we provided in the report originally. In our drafted response letter, which we'll be submitting later this month, we've let accreditors know that in addition to training on regular substantive interaction, administration and YFA have begun discussing various ways that MJC can address the core inquiry. We feel confident that together we'll arrive at a mutually agreeable way forward, and we're confident that the additional measures will address their concerns regarding this area. Mike?
Okay, the second core inquiry focuses on the way MJC reports progress on its goals, particularly those related to equity, to all stakeholders, including the board. Accreditors have asked us the following. This is also a quote. The team seeks to better understand the college processes for reporting to the board, internal and external stakeholders, on how the college is monitoring progress towards its goals, including understanding how the institution is prioritizing equitable student outcomes. In our draft response letter, we explain that our goals, as stated in our education master plan, strategic plan, and institutional set standards, include an annual progress report being completed now by the Institutional Research Office at MJC. The report goes through college constituency groups and is slated to appear before the board in September. We feel that our transparent and inclusive process of monitoring and sharing our progress will satisfy the accreditation team. Our written response to ACCJC's 2 core inquiries is due September 3rd. 2 weeks later, on September 17th, the team will visit the MJC campus and meet with us in person. Plans to accommodate them are moving along nicely, and we look forward to their visit. Thank you.
All right. So I want to read this statement before I tell you that we have more core inquiries than MJC does. So core inquiries are a means for communicating potential areas of institutional noncompliance, improvement, or exemplary practice. So we're kind of hoping that at least one of these core inquiries are going to lead to an exemplary practice. Our first core inquiry, the team seeks to better understand how the institution fosters a sense of belonging through student engagement and opportunities for student participation. How does the institution ensure formal opportunities for students to engage? Does the college have the survey results from the Noel Levitt student inventory? I'm just going to read all the core inquiries, and then I'll tell you the process that we've gone through already and what we still need to do. So core inquiry 2, the team would like to better understand how faculty and other educators engage in dialogue about learning and achievement data disaggregated for student subpopulations and/or learning modalities as appropriate to guide program improvement and curriculum development, address achievement gaps, and inform institutional goal setting. And then core inquiry 3, the team seeks to better understand how the college assessed the impact of the recent change to the district resource allocation model on its financial resources and its ability to support and sustain the mission and promote equitable achievement of student success. The team is interested in how the change to the RAM potentially impacts the ability of the college to ensure financial solvency, sustain fiscal stability. And the last core inquiry is very similar to one of MJC's. The team seeks to better understand the college's updated procedures for the distance education and correspondence education addenda as documented anyway. So they're looking for the substantive contact and all of that. So we got this before the spring semester was over, and we had an all college-wide meeting. We had an excellent turnout. Basically, we went through each one of the core inquiries. We identified things that we are doing, potential evidence, and ideas of how to improve and move forward as we went through. And then throughout the summer, we've gone, each core inquiry has had a smaller subgroup that has met, and we've gathered all the information for this report that MJC has mentioned. So that report is due at the end of this month, and we're very confident that we will be able to address all of the answers when the site visit comes. Our visit is actually, they're doing 1 day at MJC. They're actually doing a day and a half at Columbia. So they'll be here on the 18th and 19th of September. And with that, I think we'll answer any questions.
Questions from the public? Seeing none, and trustees? Thank you. Okay, now we'll move into association reports. First is classified Senate activity reports. Columbia College Classified Senate, Dylan Gamas? No? Okay. Modesto Junior College Classified Senate President, Amanda Cannon.
Board of Trustees, Chancellor Young. Thanks for having me. It's been a busy summer for classified staff. We had the opportunity, some of the leadership for Classified Senate as well as Caring Campus, I had the opportunity to go to the Classified Leadership Institute this summer. It was 3 days of intense training on our roles, what they could be, some of the things that they're doing at the state level for legislation as well. It was really informative, and it was a wonderful opportunity to get to know each other, but also make contacts across the state to see what other classified senates are doing. Some exciting news for us, Caring Campus is going to fall under the Classified Senate umbrella. Caring Campus is an initiative led by Classified that is, their main purpose is to create connection. We are there for each other, but also there for the students. So for instance, next week, 2 weeks back to school, we're gonna set up, Caring Campuses, we're gonna set up welcome tables on each end of each campus. Sometimes students have a hard time finding their classes. It may be their first time on campus altogether. Sometimes they've never been to a building. They don't know where they're going. Sometimes they just need a friendly face, that one smile before they attempt to do something that can be very intimidating and scary. So we hope to be that first day, first smile. We're gonna give water, we're gonna give food, we're gonna give maps. We're gonna do whatever we can do to help them get through their first day. One of the purposes of Classified Senate is to create a point of connection for classified-led to the institution and the mission, but ultimately our goal is to do our part for student success. Sometimes we are the first face that the student sees, and we're committed to being a positive influence in that area. It's also a way for Classified to feel connected. Everybody knows, we talk about students needing connection. Classified need connection as well, and this has really given us the opportunity to be in the conversations we might have been missing out on previously, but also speak with our personal experience in our job capacities and our experiences, and give that voice. So we really appreciate the time. I appreciate all the support I've gotten from the administration, getting us into rooms that we may not have previously been into. That's been changing for us. But just mostly wanted to say thank you for your time. Thank you for the opportunity to come up here every month and tell you what we're proud of, tell you what we're doing, and just supporting us. So does anybody have any questions?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Moving on to Student Senate Activities Report, Columbia College is a written report. Associate Students, Modesto Junior College, Gianna Smith? No? Yeah, she is.
Good evening, esteemed Board of Trustees and Dr. Young. My name is Gianna Devon Smith, otherwise known as Gigi. On July 24th, I was appointed as the new president of ASMJC. This is my third and final year at MJC, where I am majoring in public health. I plan to transfer to a four-year university, possibly Sacramento State, to complete my bachelor's degree. After that, I intend to apply to a public health master's program, preferably at UC Berkeley or Davis. With this degree, I hope to pursue a career in healthcare administration and policy, focusing on implementing policies to address and reduce disparities within the healthcare industry. I'm passionate about advocating for patients from lower socioeconomic backgrounds and minority groups. I'm from Modesto and graduated from Gregory High School in 2022, where I was actively involved in FFA for all 4 years of high school. I'd like to give a shout out to my former FFA chapter at Gregory. A fun fact about me is I am an animal lover. I've volunteered and fostered for several local animal shelters, including the Humane Society of Modesto, Pups and Pals, and the Stanislaus County Shelter. I'm currently a member of the NAACP Stanislaus Shelter, and I am the first, the NAACP Stanislaus chapter, and the first Umoja Collaborative student to serve as ASMJC president. Additionally, I am the first African-American woman to hold the position of student body president in the history of Modesto Junior College. Thank you. Thank you. Since the last YCCD board meeting, we have appointed 8 new members to the Student Senate, including myself as the new president. As of this morning, with the appointments of the ASMJC Director of Student Relations and Executive Secretary, the executive team is now complete, leaving only 6 senator positions open within the organization. July 31st marked the conclusion of our summer training, followed by our annual summer retreat that weekend. Despite a broken air conditioner, the retreat was a huge success. This past Friday, August 9th, ASMJC participated in a leadership hike with our friends from Outreach and Community Partnerships and the MJC Basic Needs Program. The scenery was beautiful and the trip was both refreshing and enjoyable for everyone who attended. Tomorrow is a very special occasion for ASMJC. Our swearing-in ceremony will take place at 2 o'clock at the East Campus Performing Arts Center. The Student Senate will be sworn into their dedicated positions and will take an oath vowing to serve our MJC student population. The team's current primary objective is to prepare for the upcoming Welcome Week activities, which begin on the first day of the fall semester and are just around the corner. During the first 2 days of Welcome Week, ASMJC will host the Student Activities Expo and Support Services. We will have information tables on both East and West campuses, and we've invited MJC student service programs to join us for this event. On Wednesday, August 28th, we will have the West Fest Music Festival and College Night, which is expected to be the largest event of Welcome Week. Finally, on Thursday, August 29th, East Campus will host Welcome Day and Transfer Day. Welcome Week will also mark the start of the first week of Flow, which will be available on both campuses. I'd like to open the floor for any questions. I'd be happy to answer.
Well, congratulations on your appointment, and you have a lot of ambition. We wish you well. We know you're going to do well.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
Now we'll move on to the California School Employees Association. Patrick Krebs.
Good evening, President Richards, Chancellor Young, and fellow trustees. Please let me begin by saying that I am on duty this evening and in uniform. My report to you does not represent the Campus Safety Department, but solely in my role as CSEA President on behalf of CSEA 420. With that, classified professionals have been busy all summer with preparing the campus for campus return. Central Services have been busy preparing buildings and grounds. Each of the colleges have been busy enrolling and supporting students and preparing them for the fall semester, to name a few things. It's an exciting and busy time of the year. The new MJC website looks and feels great. I do want to give out a special shout out to the facilities maintenance assistants, aka the movers. I want to thank our facilities maintenance assistants. They are the secret backbone of MJC and Central Services and all the events we host. They do it day in and day out, and it's often backbreaking work. They support basically every event that we host on campus that has tables, chairs, amongst other things. So they do a lot of work. Chapter 420 sent 4 delegates to the CSEA State Conference in San Jose at the end of July. The state conference had over 1,700 delegates from chapters from around the state. We had the opportunity to gain some professional development through Ed Days. We also participated in the CSEA's parliamentary process and debated resolutions. I'd like to give a congratulatory shout out to Juan Garcia, who earned his degree through a CSEA free college program that has recently concluded. He was able to walk with the other graduating delegates who used the program. CSEA and the district have concluded our negotiations this year. We got a lot of positive things done. CSEA is awaiting the tentative agreement from the district so we can look forward to the ratification process. On to professional development. CSEA leadership is looking forward to the Classified Leadership Academy that HR is putting together, and we'll have the first session at the end of this last month. Is that the name of it? Okay. I wasn't sure what name we landed on, so. All right. CSEA leadership is also appreciative of the cohesive teamwork between the CSEA Retreat Committee, Abby Sunday, Trevor Stewart, and Catherine Pritchard on helping bring together next year's retreat that we are starting to plan. Finally, classified members at MJC are looking forward to our classified appreciation breakfast tomorrow morning. I want to thank the Ag Department for helping host. I want to thank our facilities maintenance assistants for helping put that together. And that concludes my report. Does the board have any questions?
Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
And now we'll move on to the faculty liaison, Professor McKissick.
I will be pleased to make some remarks. And I will also be conveying some remarks from the Academic Senate presidents who could not be here this evening. Thank you for the opportunity to address you. I'd like to begin with messages from those presidents. First, Columbia College Senate President Marcus Weisnut sends his regards and asks me to express his excitement about the combined faculty and classified Senate retreat on Friday. He said he's looking forward to reporting to you at the September board meeting. From MJC Academic Senate President Giselle Flores. Good evening, Board of Trustees and Chancellor Young. Although I am unable to attend this evening, I wanted still to share some faculty updates. The summer's been a busy one when it comes to curriculum. There's been an incredible group of faculty who have worked with our curriculum co-chairs to finalize local GE pattern that will be used to review curriculum this summer. This work has been demanding, and I would like to thank them for their commitment to moving this work forward. We'll also be hosting, in partnership with the Instruction Office, our new faculty orientation next week, and hope to see some of you there to greet and welcome our new full-time faculty. I would also like to thank President Sanders and the exec team for hosting a welcome back event for the faculty. I know faculty will appreciate the acknowledgement of the work faculty do on and off campus. Faculty are eager to start the new semester, and I look forward to delivering a robust report in person next month. I'd like to express thanks on my own behalf to President Tran for our recent conversation, and also to Chancellor Yang for our recent conversation. Both conversations focused on improving collegiality and communication in our district. Both leaders impressed me in that regard, and we addressed some sensitive issues. The conversations were very helpful to me in my role. Speaking again for myself, we need to remember how critically valuable one more conversation can be. And often, I cannot speak for faculty association presidents, for example, but I can always speak to them. I want to take note of the number of events that seem well-designed and well-timed to build that communication, rapport, and trust. President Tran expressed her support of the classified professional workshops focused on improving communication, and a similar effort for LTAC designed to improve exactly on those issues. The message from the Senate presidents referenced other events. We heard that I'll be specific, in the MJC faculty barbecue facilitated by President Sanders, facilitated by him, is next week. And we've already heard about tomorrow morning, the Classified Professionals Appreciation Breakfast. There was a call out for the need for more, staff and LTAC members and so on to volunteer to cook omelets. First place, you don't want me cooking any omelets, but I have volunteered in the past to wash dishes, and I think I did pretty well. I can't do it tomorrow morning, however, because I'm going to be attending one more retreat at Columbia College. Speaking of communication, I have been looking at the new MJC website. The aesthetics are impressive. And I've looked at a lot of district websites in my research. I think it compares very well with the best in that regard. However, when I tried to access the academic calendar and some other information, I saw a message that some information is not yet available, but should be soon. Fair enough. I also saw the request for user feedback at the bottom of the page, sort of like a suggestion box. Good idea. But I hope the next stage of development includes aggressively facilitating comments and suggestions from constituency groups in some structured way, whether it be focus groups or whatever, but to work with the organizations that represent the constituencies and get that work done that needs to be done on what looks like a very promising new website. Since last speaking to you, I've had occasion to have conversations with a number of you, and I hope to continue that into the next week. In the meantime, thank you for this opportunity to address you.
Very good. Moving on, Yosemite Faculty Association, Brian Green.
Good evening, trustees, President Richards, and Chancellor Young. I have a short report for you this evening, touching on just a few items. Summer has gone by quickly, as usual, but with a lot of progress made in a number of areas. Much work has gone into implementing a number of aspects of the new contract, such as changes to sabbaticals, as well as health benefits and compensation for part-time faculty. We're also close to signing a final successor contract, having worked with Randy Erickson's office to ensure everything in the tentative agreements was captured accurately. Much appreciation to Randy's assistants for their work pulling this all together. Most importantly, and as my colleagues have focused on, we're gearing up for the new academic year. This is always an exciting time, and I look forward to participating in the various professional opportunities over the next 10 days, seeing everyone back on campus, and of course, meeting lots of new students. YFA has its annual retreat tomorrow, where we'll be working on various projects for the coming year, including preparations for negotiations. Our first negotiation session is scheduled for September, and we intend to be as prepared as possible as we have a lot of ground to cover. And I'm sure that I'll have plenty to report on as things get underway in a few weeks. This concludes my report. Thank you, and have a nice evening.
Okay, moving on, presentations update, Yosemite Community College District, Chancellor Young.
Thank you. I'd like to call on Dr. Tran to share with us a report from Columbia College.
Thank you, Chancellor Young. Good evening, Board Trustee, colleague, community members. First and foremost, thank you so much, Alan, for a wonderful dinner and a wonderful conversation. I would never thought I would say 4 hours went by so fast.
More than half responsible. But I enjoyed that a great deal.
And also further on that note, truly my heartfelt appreciation and thank you to our LTech team, our leadership team, as well as our classified professional as we engage in this campus-wide communication workshop that just took place the past 2 days. So I am very excited for the new role for Columbia College and all the great projects and starting with communication. So we do look forward to that. I personally, as the president of the college, very grateful for the dedication and the support to move the institution forward. So more to come on that. In addition, today it just came as this afternoon, we are ranked again at Columbia College and we're very proud. So people do study all the time, and this study is actually by Wallet Hub, and they look at all the community colleges in the United States. And the good news is that California ranked out of all the community college system, we rank 17 out of 25. So we're in the middle. That's great. Then they broke down into the different state and nationwide. nationwide, the top 10 community colleges, California has three or four, that's top 10. Columbia College actually ranked among nationwide of 493. And basically, it's on three key factors: cost and finance, career outcomes, and education outcomes. So to say that every day we go to work and we serve our student, looking where you go after you get completed at MJC or Columbia College, you transfer, that's a point for us, and that goes into the ranking. But now further than that, when our students complete their degree, where do they get job career-wise? So that's also in ranking. So Columbia is doing very well on that end. In terms of the West Coast and California, Columbia College is ranked at 67. So that is something we're really, really proud of. So, and as you can see, based on the data, how we have grown, and exactly that, the idea that we really work closely with the student to say, hey, you're maybe a few classes away, take more and you complete. So all our hard work is really, we can see it in our ranking. So that just came in this afternoon. I'm so excited to report that out. We're also had a very busy summer as well. One of our busiest program is our K-16 Collaborative Grant. As you can see on your desk, the newsletter for K-16, but one of the programs that we saw great growth because of the partnership and again, the communication and dedication. I believe last summer I shared that we launched the program with Apple to help our students develop gaming application. We started with 10 students last summer. Could you believe it? This summer, the Democrat covered us, and we had only 40 slots for students to build their own gaming computers. We have 70 students who wanted to enroll in the program. So out of that, we could only serve 40. So we made it the news. So we're looking forward to serve more students in this type of program that truly does close the equity gap. Again, Columbia College is in a rural area, and folks don't normally think, wow, that is a growth for IT, but we can see the strong interest from our feeder school with the computer gaming. And there is actually a baccalaureate degree, bachelor degree at UC Santa Cruz for gaming. So that's what our feeder high school is hoping we map our student pipe in. So that's one thing. As we are working and preparing for in-service, we're so excited this year to bring Dr. Regina Stroud, and I believe MJC, Brian, you have Regina as well on Friday, but Dr. Stroud will be our keynote on Thursday. So we hope that you're able to make it and join us and see what Dr. Regina Stroud talks about for our college. And then lastly, we've been doing outreach as always, but I could tell you, the hub for Tuolumne County and also Yosemite Community College district, as well as the park, is folks going through the highway, Highway 108, Highway 102. And it took us forever trying to get a place in their magazine. And we finally did it. So we got our own page. So now anybody go through the area will get to know Columbia College. But I hope that we're able to extend it to the district where folks know that we are part of the district. And that is some of the outreach that we're doing for the college. I think that is it for me, Brian. So thank you so much, everyone.
Right.
Thank you for the opportunity, and congratulations on being in the news for good news. That's always a good thing to be in the newspaper, when it's good news. Good evening, Chancellor Young and trustees. I wanted to share with you a quick update on where we're at. So August, right? August has arrived, and with it, the season of welcomes, onboarding, and kickoff events for the year. I just came from a welcome barbecue event for our 500 student athletes, orientation, and then the coaches were all feeding them dinner, and they were playing volleyball out on the field when I left. It was fantastic. Tomorrow, we'll celebrate, as mentioned before, with our classified professionals for the Classified Appreciation Breakfast, really one of my favorite events of the year. Followed later that day by the swearing-in ceremony for our student government officers who are coming in. Monday and Tuesday of next week, our deans and academic senate are hosting an orientation for new full-time faculty. We have a cadre of those coming in. And then on Tuesday evening, as mentioned before, we're hosting a welcome back barbecue for our full-time faculty. The goal really of that is welcoming them back, but also introducing the new full-time faculty to the excellent existing tenured full-time faculty that we have at the college. Let's see, Wednesday night of next week is part-time faculty orientation. We're looking forward to that one. Friday morning is our Fall Institute Day, and please come and attend with us. And then next Saturday, I have the opportunity to go welcome our new ag interns who are going to be living on the West Campus and caring for our animals. As mentioned earlier, Westfest is coming 2 weeks from tonight, so please plan to be there. That's going to be fantastic. And then the following day is our welcome day on East Campus, but the welcome day on Wednesday night is our college night also, with all the reps from all the universities who are going to be there, so it's fantastic. And then also on Thursday morning is a ribbon cutting for our welcome day event. And if I could get maybe Graciela to assist me in passing out some invitations to our ribbon cutting event, that would be fantastic. And then also we're going to do an unveiling. This is what Trustee Beggs asked me to share. We're going to be unveiling our donor wall in the center of campus. There's some landscaping that one of our foundation board members, also a retired faculty member, Ron Alves, is doing the landscaping along with the ag faculty and students, and it's really a community-led project to make that pretty. So there's the Welcome Center opening, and then there's also the unveiling of the donor wall. All right, on to some business stuff. Our enrollment is looking strong for fall. Our dual enrollment is still working with each of the high schools to get students into those classes, so I don't have the final picture, but it's looking very, very strong. Our spectrum of offerings for the fall is about 60% classes that are face-to-face or hybrid, and about 40% online. Thought you might be curious about that. At least 60% of our classes have an in-person component or are fully in-person. Probably 2/3 of those are fully in-person. Our community partnerships continue to thrive, including growth opportunities with apprenticeships, fire training classes in Patterson, and our incredible dual enrollment program. You saw the numbers up there. Although you saw 60, I remember seeing 61 on the screen in about 1,800. That was for the year. We have 81 sections of dual enrollment just this fall semester, and about 2,400 students potentially just in the fall semester, with double that again going into the spring. And then on July 25th, Trustees Aguilar and Nicolau joined myself, a couple of vice presidents, Chancellor Young, and representatives from the Stanislaus County Office of Education, Supervisor Condit's office, the city of Patterson, and we visited Madera Community College. We had a great time, and we learned a lot about what it means to found a community college and grow it from a seed to a full college. So that was a terrific opportunity. We've already started some plans for visiting other sites, thinking about future building needs, and inviting trustees to go with us to see what it would look like to have a joint agriculture and industrial technology facility. Look at some sample facilities on that. What would it look like if we had a new student center on the West Campus with student service options all in one location, I'm sorry, on the East Campus, that would allow for condensing and making a better environment for our students to learn. So we hope to see you at our events these next week and in the upcoming year, and we're ready to go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to share with all of you that I attended the State of the City Turlock address by the Mayor Bullback, and going to that event were Trustee Richards, Trustee Beggs, Trustee Hinton, and Trustee Nicolau. Right? That's part of our going out into the community, and it was a great event. And I wanted to share with you that the Modesto Band of Stanislaus County ended its 105th season, and our former faculty, a retiree, Eric Mackey, was honored at the event. So I just wanted to share that highlight. Also, you heard from President Sanders about the trip to Madera College. I want to take this opportunity to publicly thank the president of Madera College, Dr. Angel Reyna, for really hosting us and sharing with us the insights that Madera College, once just a collection of portable buildings, is now a full-fledged community college. I also attended an exciting event, a ribbon-cutting ceremony at the Free Will Baptist Church. This housing project is now called The Village, and these little houses built at the back of Free Will Baptist Church will now serve some of the unhoused population with an eye to assisting them to gain job training and employment. So I take my hat off to the congregation at Free Will Baptist Church. Also, I attended the National Night Out event, and Trustee Garrett was there. I saw many community members participating in the National Night Out event. This is supposed to demonstrate that the community is taking back the street and that it is safe for the community to be out. There were many dignitaries at the event as well. So last but not least, I want to publicly thank our Vice Chancellor of IT and IR, Lucas Bogle, for helping the college and district recover from the recent CrowdStrike failure. It was a big event. It may not have impacted us as severely as some corporate entities, but I will point out that the Vice Chancellor and his IT team were here Friday, Saturday, and Sunday to mitigate the event. So my thanks to IT, both the folks who responded to the call right away and folks who were away but came later. They did a great job, and we did not even feel it. So thank you again, Vice Chancellor. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. 5.6, the travel report is for information only. 5.7, the grandstand report, information only. Moving on to the consent agenda. Anybody, members of the public, wish to pull anything off consent? Seeing none. Any trustees wanting to pull anything off consent?
Mr. Board President, before we make a motion and approve the consent, I'd like to recognize Gary DeBerry, 21 years of service in our information system as an information system specialist, information technology department at Central Services. I kind of, first and foremost, what I know about computers will only bring harm to a system. But so I value the role that anyone who takes on this responsibility and provides services in this area is to be honored. They're sort of the unsung silent heroes in any department, especially an educational institution like ours. So I want to thank Gary for his 21 years of service, and I wish him all the best in his future endeavors in retirement. So thank you.
Only one? Okay. I need a motion to approve. Trustee Garrett, second by Trustee Hinton. A student advisory vote first.
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay, moving on. We're now at item 7, the adoption of the interim revisions to the board policy 3433. The recommended action is that the Board of Trustees approves the interim revisions to board policy 3433, prohibition of sexual harassment under Title IX, retroactive to August 1st, 2024, as listed on the August 14th, 2024 agenda. Motion to approve? Trustee Aguilar, second.
Second.
Trustee Davis?
So real quick before, who made the motion and who seconded?
Antonia, Trustee Aguilar.
And then Trustee Davis was my second. Thank you.
Okay. Comment?
Point of information. Is this for a first reading or for both readings?
It's for both.
For both, thank you.
I know our
It's
board.
due to legal changes in the law. And so it is, as it's noted on the agenda, it's for the board's approval on the interim basis, and then it is going to be going through the policy and procedures
Yeah, thank you.
process.
Yeah, thank you, I'm aware. Should any comments be made before you vote, or how?
If you want to make one, go ahead.
I think there should be a formal motion to pass it in one reading because the board believes it's urgent to do so. As per board policies. I have taken note that the intention is to go through our normal review process on these, that this is a stopgap measure, as it were. But I just hope maybe a little more discussion on if it's truly necessary to do this in one reading.
Well, based on our legal, I'm going to rule you out of order and say that we're going to continue with this vote because we've discussed it and it's a legal matter and it's something we need to do, but I appreciate your comment.
Okay, thank you very much.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
I'm going to say no.
Okay, how many opposed? Let's do that vote again. In favor, say aye.
Take a roll call vote.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
Yeah, student trustee vote first.
I've screwed that up too. Go ahead, student trustee vote.
I'm going to abstain.
Okay, call the roll.
Trustee Aguilar? Trustee Beggs?
No.
Trustee Davis?
Aye.
Trustee Garrett?
Aye.
Trustee Hinton?
No.
Trustee Nicolau?
Aye.
Trustee, or President Richards?
Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 2 opposed, motion carries.
And Professor McKissick, I do hear your concern, but it was explained to us as a legal matter, so that's why we proceeded ahead.
I understand, and thank you for speaking to that.
Okay, 7.2, adoption and revisions to Board Policy 3434. The recommended action is that the Board of Trustees approve the interim revisions to Board Policy 3434, responding to harassment based on sex under Title IX, retroactive to August 1st, 2024, as attached to the August 14th, 2024 agenda. Comments? No? Okay, appreciate that. Can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Trustee Davis, second? Come on, I need a second.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Darren. Okay, advisory vote. Oh, you want to comment? All right, go ahead.
Some of you may wonder why Trustee Biggs and myself voted no. We are 2 of the 3 members on the Policy and Procedure Committee. We spoke to the staff in April when they told us that we were going to have the summer off. We informed them that should something come up during the summer that was emergent, that we would be willing to meet. They brought this forward to us on the agenda, and unfortunately, I didn't get the packet to where I was able to read this part of it until today. But this, to me, would classify as an emergent meeting, and we should have met as policy and procedures beforehand. This is in reference to the president and vice president changing Title IX rules. And yes, they need to be looked at, but we're going to still go through it the way we normally would. And had we been notified of this 2 weeks ago or a week ago, we could have had our meeting and taken care of it at that time. That's why I voted no. It wasn't because I disagree with the urgency or the importance of this. It's because of the fact that we could have already taken care of this at that time. So,
Hold on a second. Trustee Beggs, did you have a comment?
No, I mean, it's just, it's huge changes. I expect it's going to be litigated quite a bit. And we have to go with what legal says. But I kind of doubt that they're going to come after us instantly because we haven't instantly made all these huge changes. I mean, if you look at it, it's full of red. And normally we have 2 readings and we have a lot of discussion, and we can't do that.
Ms. Gibbs, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Board President Richards, for this opportunity. Trustee Hinton and Trustee Beggs, I hear your comments. Let me be very frank when I say that our general counsel was the ones that had this policy. CCLC and the rest of the state was receiving the Title IX changes, and the Title IX changes came down to the state, from the state to CCLC in July. July 6th is when we received it. July 3rd or 6th was when the district received it. It went straight to General Counsel. General Counsel received it, did the changes, and sent it to us, and then they directed us to send it straight to the board for because it has to go into effect on August 1st. So we have not had a chance to release it to anybody. It went from General Counsel to our subject matter area leaders. Our process is from, once it goes out, it comes to our subject matter area leaders, to the Policies and Procedures Committee. It does not go straight to the Board Policy Committee. So that's the reason why you all did not get an opportunity, because it has not even went out anywhere. So it is, everybody was alerted. I even sent an email to our Policies and Procedures Committee to even alert them that this was a shock. It's going to be a shock to everyone, and to alert them that this was going to be put on the agenda for board review. So it is not saying that this is in stone. So please be very understand that it's going to be open for changes, and everybody has it's going to be open for everybody's input. If there's changes, it's at our subject matter area leaders. Is then going to our Policies and Procedures, and we'll then go through the process for our constituents, and then it will make it to the Board Policy Committee, and you will have your input.
Thank you for that.
I have a quick question for you, because I've been on this committee for 8 years, and I don't remember this ever happening before.
It has not, but this is our general counsel, and this was directed from our general counsel. The general counsel is the reason why we have our language. If you look at the language on the policy, is the reason why it's listed as such.
Interim, yeah.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
It is written as such to be on an interim basis. The only other time that this district did an interim basis was when we had policy 3900. It was on the procedure side when we did an interim procedure for 3900 time, place, and manner. And that was just because we needed something to get into place to correct our procedure language. And then it then went into, we did a finalized procedure language. And then it is noted, if you look at 3900 procedure, you will see that in quotation, it will say interim procedure under the dates.
Thank you very much for that.
Again, thank you. That was my understanding, that all this is doing is putting us in
compliance.
Legal footing compliance on an interim basis.
Yes.
So we don't get any trouble down the road. So thank you.
Exactly.
Okay, we're going to move on with the vote.
Thank you so much for the, oh, you had
I would just say that it's important that we retain the ability to adopt on a single reading when we need to.
Exactly.
Yes, there's
said
a
in our
first
policy.
reading and a second reading is practice. There's wisdom in that. But that doesn't mean that it has to be that way every
No.
time. When you have a policy that's been vetted by CCLC, legal counsel says we've got to get this in now, and the board, you have the ability with one reading to adopt. And this is one of those rare instances where it's good that we have that, in my
Yes.
opinion. So that's why I made the motion.
Thank you. We'll do this at a roll call vote, but first let's go with student trustee. Advisory board. Advisory vote.
I choose to abstain on this.
Okay, please call the roll.
Trustee Beggs,
I'm going to abstain.
Trustee Davis,
Aye.
Trustee Garrett,
Aye.
Trustee Hinton, Trustee Nicolau,
Yes.
President Richards,
Yes.
Vice President Aguilar. The vote is 5 in favor, 1 opposed, and 1 abstention. Motion carries.
Okay, moving on to 7.3, YCC Resolution Number 242503, Proposition 2, Public Education Facilities Modernization Repair and Safety Bond Act of 2024. The recommended action is the Board of Trustees adopt YCCD Resolution Number 242503, Proposition 2, Public Education Facilities Modernization Repair and Safety Bond Act of 2024 as attached to the August 14th, 2024 agenda.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
I second the motion.
Do we have any public comment? Do we have any board comment? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oh, wait, student, I'm sorry.
Aye.
Okay. Man, I got to get it right just once. I got to make no mistakes. Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? No. Okay, motion carries. Trustee Nicolau is excusing herself. 7.4 YCC Resolution Number 2425, trustee absent from board meeting.
So moved.
All in favor? Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Student trustee?
Aye.
I'm sorry, who was the second?
Oh, we have,
Trustee Davis.
Thank you.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. Motion carries.
With 1 abstention or 1 absent.
1 absent.
Thank you.
Could you get her to come back in? Okay, at this time, while we're waiting for Jane, she's back. Starting with trustee Garrett, any future board agenda items?
No, sir.
Trustee Hinton? Trustee Beggs?
Since we started today with the new website and new data, I'm going to continue to ask for data, and maybe it's coming, I hope. I've asked for like 2 years, on our retention rates and also attrition. And attrition will be for a shorter amount of time. Like, I'm always curious. September? Okay, awesome. So I look forward to getting all of that data on attrition rates and retention from year to year, but also I'd love to know our.
Samantha is writing it
I
down.
know, I know.
She set a very high bar after
I
tonight.
know, that's true. I'm sorry about that because that was great. Also, how long it takes to get through certain programs, that would be helpful too. Thank you very much.
Student trustee?
I want to say, first off, thank you. I had the opportunity to attend the student trustee workshop. There recently, I got to connect with other fellow student trustees, and I got to make connections all across of now California. We made a group chat on WhatsApp, and we're sharing ideas there. They have great information, different things that I have planned that I want to eventually, in my short 1 year, it was what I'm learning. It's like 1 year, it seems like a long time, but realistically, it's going to go by really fast. And I made some connections with some student trustees that it's their second year in the role. And also with some of those students that are, I believe it's the Student Association for the California Community Colleges. And we got to meet them and network as well. And that's pretty much it.
Any future items for agendas at this point? Anything you want on the agenda?
Not at the moment.
Okay. Trustee Davis? Nicolau? Vice President Aguilar? Okay, let's start board comments. Trustee Garrett?
Well, as the chancellor noted, National Night Out, which is always the first Tuesday in August every year. And it was nice to see our chancellor there, but also our public safety chief, Roland Gallardo, was there, along with one of our public safety officers. with a lot of participation from the fire department, sheriff's department, Modesto Police Department. So it was a great turnout. It always is. But I'm just very appreciative of the staff from the college district who was there. I want to thank President Sanders for the update on the pirate float. Trustee Beggs and I had a unique experience at the July 4th, and although it was nice and participating, we're really looking forward to the pirate float next year. Huh?
The new float is tomorrow morning.
Oh, nice. And then she left already, but I just want to once again appreciate the participation and attendance of our trustee from the Stanislaus County Board of Education, Mary Ann Sanders, who was here and left a little bit ago. So I want to thank her for her participation. That's all I have.
Trustee Hinton? Trustee Beggs?
I do want to make one comment about the issue with the new Title IX things. And one of my issues has to do with the fact that the new regulations, according to the Foundation for Individual Rights, which is a national free speech organization, says that it is going to make it more difficult to have due process and free speech protection for students. So I'm very concerned about that, and that's part of why I object to ramming things through at the last minute. So I want to make that clear that some of my objections are substantive to what it's going to do. And I suspect, as I said, that there's going to be court challenges and we're going to end up in a different place anyway. So there's that. But no, I have nothing beyond that except that I welcome the new folks that introduced themselves, especially our new student president of ASMJC. And I hope, and I know I don't see in the audience anymore, but anyway, it's been great.
Trustee Davis? Trustee Nicolau?
I do. I had a great time at the Madera Community College visit, and I'm just so excited for what the future can be. The concept of a third on 33, I think, really would serve the community very well. So I'm super excited about the vision, happy to support in any way. And I also just want to wish everyone the very best semester. I hope it's blessed, smooth, productive, every good word you can think of. I wish you all the very best.
I didn't know we had a slogan already. Third on 33, I like that. I just want to thank, I was part of the invitation. Thank you, Dr. Sanders, for going over there. I thought it was a great experience and a learning experience. And it was amazing to see all the things that they went through, and maybe that would help us to have a better idea of what mistakes not to make or how to do it a little bit better. But it was a great experience. So thank you for the invitation.
It took 25 years, right, from start to finish? Yeah.
I want to thank the Chancellor, both as President Sanders and Tran, and my fellow trustees for attending the Mayor's State of Turlock. And I want to mention that MJC was recognized for its ability to provide a trained workforce for Turlock. So thank you very much for coming. With that, the next meeting of the regular board meeting will be held on September 11, 2024. Closed session will begin at 3 and the open session at 5:30 in the Yosemite Community College District Boardroom, 2201 Blue Gum Avenue, Modesto, California. We're adjourned.